Knights helping the good guys take the first two games versus these Angels. The Sox go for the series sweep. That's next, right here on Comcast Sportsnet. There she is, the city beautiful, Chicago, Illinois, where tonight Comcast Sportsnet presents White Sox baseball. It's Jose Abreu, Avi Garcia, Melky Cabrera and the Sox as they get set to butt heads with Albert Pujols, Mike Trout, Cole Calhoun, and Mike Scioscia's Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim. Hi, everybody, and welcome. I'm Ken Harrelson with Steve Stone as we get set to bring you the finale of this three-game set and the third of this six-game homestand. We'll have an off day tomorrow and then finish it off Friday, Saturday, and Sunday against Joe Maddon's Cubs. But in the first two games here, in case you did not know, we won the opener 8-2. Then last night, Carlos Rodon, 7 innings, 11 strikeouts, and we shut him out 3-0. But the young talent is starting to rear and show his face.
Not too long ago, we were wondering who was going to come up from the system to help the Major League team. Well, now it's been answered. Tyler Saladino, one of them, playing great third base. He's shown he can execute offensively. He can steal some bases. And he's done an all-around very good job, including hitting the ball out of the ballpark. Then there's Carlos Sanchez. His first contribution was defense. He's been outstanding, but then he started to hit the ball and raise his batting average some 60 points. Trace Thompson with the first home run, first run batted in his Major League career. He plays an excellent outfield, and there you see some very happy teammates, and Carlos Rodon was brilliant last night. For a youngster, he's 5-4 this year, and although he's had some problems with his control, last night he showed you just exactly how good he can be.
Well, we got a couple of left-handers out there again tonight.
We do indeed, and it's Johnny Danks for our side. And John has been up and down this year. It's Andrew Heaney for their side. He's 5-1 in his last 8 starts. 2.45 ERA has been pretty good. And Johnny Danks in his last 7 starts, 3-1 with an ERA, a little above 3.5. So we've seen the fastball come out of John's hands a little bit better these days. It's got some life on it. He's had it up to 93 miles an hour. That's a good sign. And sweeping the Angels would be a very good sign.
All right, Johnny Danks on the bump, so sit back, relax, and strap it down. White Sox baseball coming your way.
in part by your Chicago area and Northwest Indiana Lexus dealer, who invites you to test drive a Lexus today. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, through it all. Audi, truth in engineering. Xfinity, your home for the most live sports. And by Toyota. The annual clearance event is going on now. Toyota, let's go places.
Welcome back to beautiful U.S. Cellular Field. It's absolutely a gorgeous night for baseball. 75 degrees and very few clouds in the sky. A great night to complete a sweep of the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim. So let's take a look at how Mike Scioscia is going to line up his Angels for tonight's game. Shane Victorino leading it off in left field, and Cole Calhoun in right field. Mike Trout is in center field hitting third. Then it's Albert Pujols, Eric Ibar, C.J. Cron, Johnny Giavatello, Connor Gillespie in the lineup, along with Carlos Perez behind the plate. The defense and how they'll line up behind Johnny Danks. Left to right, Melky Cabrera, Trace Thompson, and Abisail Garcia in the outfield, with Tyler Saladino, Alexei Ramirez, Gordon Beckham, and Jose Abreu in the infield. Tyler Flowers gets a nod behind the plate. And our Lexus pursuing perfection starting pitcher is Johnny Danks. After his 22nd start, he's 6-9, his ERA 4.79, only 37 walks in 120 and a third innings. And lately, John's thrown the ball a whole lot better than he threw it earlier in the season, so he's the right man to have out there. And we'll take a look at the men in blue. Fielding Culbreth, the crew chief, is behind the plate. Jim Reynolds is at first, Manny Gonzalez at second, and Marcus Patillo is at third. So the Angels come into this one full game in back of Houston. The Angels have lost two in a row. Houston has lost 4 in a row. And Houston's really struggling, winners of just 3 of their last 10. Where the Angels are not heating it up. They've lost 6 of their last 10. So Mike Scioscia looking out at his ball club, and they've thrown the ball around the infield, which means we're ready to play baseball. And I'm ready to turn it over to my play-by-play partner, Ken Harrelson.
All right, Steve, thank you. And once again, good evening, everyone, and welcome to White Sox Baseball. Right here on Comcast Sportsnet, so happy you could join us for the finale of this 3-game set and the 4th of the 6-game homestand. Shane Victorino, switch hitter. 2 for 7 in the series. Gets ready to look at the first pitch of the ball game. And is taken for a strike. Shane hitting at .239 with a homer and 4 RBIs since coming over from Boston. Takes the bunt, takes the ball. Victorino has faced Johnny 5 times. He has 1 hit. That's up high and count 2-1. Angels come in hitting at .246 as the club with a 3.66 team ERA. That has popped up, and that's going to be back into the seats for a souvenir.
Victorino for the longest time was a switch hitter, and then decided that he wasn't getting a whole lot of production from the left side, so pretty much sticking to the right side these days. And doesn't have to worry about it with our ball club because we run a whole group of left-handers out there against you.
Well, you know, you're seeing more and more guys do that. Sandoval, Boston.
Yeah.
He's quit hitting right-handed, staying strictly left-handed, as that's a can of corn for out number 1. Must be nice to have that option, though.
Well, apparently, when you really struggle from one side, and usually what happens is he's probably right-hand dominant, and so he figured he got nothing to lose by just staying on this side of the plate.
So here's Cole Calhoun hitting at .274, 16 homers and 60 knocked down. Gets that ball hard. Get foul. It will. Thank you very much.
Calhoun showed yesterday that he doesn't mind jumping on the first pitch. And this time, he got one right down the middle. Tyler wants it away. Johnny doesn't get it there. Unfortunately, Calhoun out a little too quickly. And this ball hooks foul. There you look at the numbers, and 16 and 60 and the power numbers are pretty good.
No, he's a good-looking player. And he's going to be around for a while.
He was an 8th-round draft choice of these Angels back in 2010, so even down in the draft somewhat, they got themselves a pretty good player.
Well, most of the time you see guys, as we talk about so often. Oh, yeah. I tell you, he's been doing a wonderful job at first base.
Well, that's one of the things he talked about when they addressed the designated hitter situation with him, and he said, you know, I prefer to play for the simple reason that if I'm not hitting the baseball, I can still help the team win, which is something that a designated hitter can't do. So Jose grabs that one with a tremendous amount of overspin and gets the out.
So here's a wonderful player, Mike Trout, at 301, 33 homers, 69 knocked in. Angels come in 23 and 30 on the road. They're 36 and 23 at home.
That's probably not the location you want to throw Trout. Johnny got away with it. It's a fastball down. He does love the ball down. His problem is face-high fastballs. That's a lot of people's problems, but you can throw it by him upstairs.
Watching the Angels take batting practice. And we got a man there. And he hit some bombs to right field. Meanwhile, 1-2-3 inning for Johnny Dax.
Falls, Iowa. Let's take a look at how Robin's going to line up our Sox for the game tonight. Adam Eaton leading it off. He's the designated hitter. Then it's Tyler Saladino, Jose Abreu, Melky Cabrera, who's hitting the daylights out of the ball. Avisel Garcia, Lexi Ramirez, Trace Thompson, Tyler Flowers, and Gordon Beckham at second base, hitting ninth. And the defense is on the lineup behind Andrew Heaney, Shane Victorino, Mike Trout, and Cole Calhoun in the outfield left to right with Connor Gillespie, Eric Ibar, Johnny Giovitello, and Albert Pujols. Carlos Perez, a fine defensive catcher behind the plate, and our Lexus pursuing perfection starting pitcher is Andrew Heaney. He's 5-1, his ERA a fine 2.45. As you can see, he's got good control. 8 walks in 51 1/3. He has, however, allowed 5 home runs.
And before we show you our picks to click, you at home, select yours. As here is Adam Eaton at 269, 9 homers, 28 driven in. Adam 3 for 9 in the series. Sox come in hitting at 249 as a club with a 4.05 team ERA. Heaney, 6'2", 185 pounds. Nice snap. That was Burley-esque. And right now, let's check out our picks to play. DiMaggio, our director in the crew, went with Adam Eaton. Steve's going with Tyler Saladino. Mike Mazza and his crew, and Mike Spadali and his crew. We're going to go with Trace Thompson.
Heaney's got a good slider. That's his best breaking pitch. He does throw a changeup. Mostly moving the ball in and out with a fastball. That's good, but not overwhelming. You'll see 93. Maybe if he reaches back, he can get 94, but pitches comfortably anywhere from 90 to 92.
Broken bat. That's off the glove. He still has time. And can't get it.
I think Mike Scioscia is going to want to have to take a look at that. He's going to wait and see how their review goes with it. And there you see Mike is on the top step of the dugout. And let's see if he gets a thumbs up.
Well, he came to the top step of that dugout in a hurry.
Yeah. Let's watch it again. Off Heaney's glove. And by the time he gets there, it's very close at first. Called safe by Jim Reynolds. He looked out to me.
Yeah, he's out. But they're going to have the review. He looked out in real time.
Yep, they did. And that's one of the reasons why Mike jumped up.
Yep.
But Andrew Heaney was acquired from the Dodgers, and they must have thought awfully highly of him because the Angels traded them Howie Kendrick, and the Dodgers sent Andrew Heaney back. So when you go just one man for one man, you know Kendrick's a very good player, and they got Heaney.
Boy, that's close from that angle.
Tyler's got good speed, but it looked to me like the ball was in the glove beforehand, and we'll see. He is out.
Yeah. So 2 down. And that'll bring up Abreu. Outfield for the most part straight up. It was 2 for 6 in the series, hitting at .294, 21 homers and 67 knocked in. And it's off the first side. Oh, a nice catch on the Carroll. Gets a big hug. He got it right in the webbing. Two and one to the big man.
The last 21. Jose, like a few of our Sox, has really turned it on.
Close. Goes Jose's way. Boy, those Blue Jays are something. They scored 3 in the first, 7 in the second.
That's without Encarnacion. I believe he's still out, but what a lineup.
10-2 after 2.
What a lineup.
As we talked about, I've seen better hitting ball clubs, but I've never seen a more dangerous hitting team.
Well, they're bidding to win their 10th in a row, and they certainly have dominated at home. 37-21 heading into action tonight.
Ibar's a good one. And a 1-2-3 inning for Heaney. After 1, no score.
Each pack includes 4 upper box game tickets, 4 hot dog value meals, and a parking pass. Abreu 4-packs are available now for all remaining games Monday through Thursday. Visit whitesox.com/Abreu to order yours today.
No score, top of the 2nd inning. It'll be Pujols, Ibar, and Cron. Albert, 1 for 8 in the series, hitting at .254, 30 homers and 66 driven in. And Albert, in his career, is more among current players, more over 500 teams finishing over 500 than any other current player. Laces that one into right field.
That's one of the reasons why his batting average year after year and home run production was always among the league's best, because he can go to right field. In his earlier days, he used to hit the ball out in right center consistently. These days, he's hitting most of his home runs to left and left center field.
A couple of big guys right there. So here's Ibar. Eric, 272. Couple of homers, 35 knocked in. Ibar has had a lot of at-bats against Johnny Danks, 26 of them. And he has 4 hits. That's a good bunt. That is a good bunt.
Well, Tyler realized that he most likely was not going to get him, and rather than risk throwing it away, he just ate it, leaving runners at first and second, nobody out, on a perfect bunt by Ibar, who is a very good handler of the bat.
And Tyler made the right decision.
Yeah, because his numbers aren't real good against Johnny Danks, he decided he would lay one down. Tyler, as he comes in, looking over there, not getting much of an angle to throw the ball anyway, so this holds it.
That's one thing I have never, ever understood. And there are a lot of players that you've played with and I've played with and that you've seen and that I've seen, who every time they get a chance to make a play, they're going to make the throw. And a lot of times they know they can't get them. But it looks better if they make the throw.
It looks better.
And a lot of times they throw it away.
I was going to say the results aren't good because you know the guy's going to beat the play.
It just it amazes me. It always has amazed me. Cron, CJ at 265, 7 homers, 23. I played with a guy who was the second baseman that absolutely used to, tick everybody off. Make bad throw after bad throw on plays. High pop up. Stay in. Come back.
That time he had thrown out on the front foot, but fouled it back. This changeup completely fools him. The hands come forward before the ball gets there, and all he can do is pop it straight up, and Tyler runs out of room.
One and two the count. Changeup, tails outside. So trouble a brewing. 2 on, nobody out. Man a second.
Pretty good effort. You cut down the lead runner, and you at least think about 2. Crone is not overly fast, but they couldn't get him at first base on this high chopper. Good attempt at breaking it up by Ibar, but he doesn't get a piece of Gordon coming across the bag.
Not many guys do.
No. Gordon's pretty good with protecting himself around the bag. Gibatella looking down at Gary DiSarcina, the third base coach, wanting to know if Mike Scioscia has decided to put something on.
Gibatella 3 for 7 in the series, hitting at 270, 3 homers, and he's driven in 40. Pretty good production. Takes first pitch strike. High pop up, Gordon. And that is out number 2.
Well, if Johnny can get by Connor Gillespie and make sure that the Angels are not on the scoreboard, he will have done essentially what Carlos Rodon did last night, which propelled him to a great outing. At his first and second, nobody out. And John now, with first and third, 2 out, only having to get by Connor Gillespie.
Yeah, that gave Carlos a nice foundation. And a little bit of a amped up feeling to get out of that jam when you get Mike Trout and Albert Pujols coming up. He struck them both out.
Trout looking and Pujols flailing away at a biting slider down and in.
First pitch strike. Gillespie at 227, 4 homers, 21 knocked in. Lays off that one. 1-1 to count. Gillespie, pretty good fastball hitter. Feel slightly to the right. Change up. Good motion.
Johnny, one of the few left-handers that doesn't mind throwing a straight change to a left-hand hitter. Most left-handers, in fact, will not throw the change-ups to him, but if it's one of your best pitches, it's equally as effective. For some reason, left-handers want to stay away from that to left-hand hitters.
Used to be a cardinal rule. So, delayed steal there. That's his first stolen base. And 2-2 the count.
First career stolen base.
Broken bat, it sounded like, and that's foul. So he gets himself a new piece of maple.
A very easy first inning, 1-2-3. This one a little more problematic, as Pujols and Ibar singled to lead off the inning. But no runs to this point.
Two pitch. Pops him up. He's going to get out of it. 2 on, nobody out. And they can't walk on play. About tonight's game and show us your White Sox pride. Whether it's a photo, reaction, or anything in between, make sure to share it with us on Twitter tonight. Who knows? There might be something in it for you. Who knows? Who knows?
And there is Jack Ruby, the elderly fellow you see between his son in green, his wife in, well, let's call that pale scarlet.
Fuchsia.
And it's a happy birthday to Jack Ruby. 79 years old today. Looks terrific. Tells me he doesn't feel great, but it's better to look good than feel good anyway.
At that age, yeah. Happy birthday, Jack. So here's Melky. Heaney's first pitch, over for a strike. Melky at 285, 7 homers, 58 knocked in, 3 for 6 in the series. Melky 2 for 3 with a sacrifice fly in game 1. And a big 2-run double last night. One out.
Just a reminder, as you enjoy a cold one, to look forward to Miller Time later in the game, brought to you by Miller Lite.
Here's Avi.
Earlier in the season, the Angels lost their general manager. Jerry Dipoto resigned. Now Bill Stoneman has taken over, and Jerry Dipoto was hired on by the Boston Red Sox to be a temporary consultant.
Good rip by Avi. He's 2 for 7 in the series. He comes in at 264, 11 homers and 42 knocked in.
There you look at the last 7 games. Avi has been hot like a few of these hitters.
And him way out in front. Heaney out of Oklahoma City. Count evens at 2.
He did see some action last year with the Miami Marlins. 7 games, 5 starts. He was 0-3, however, and the ERA was up there.
Ball gets away, but he's got.
He just took his time.
Yeah, he did.
He had no idea how fast Avi was, or the fact is he runs as hard as he can to first base every time. So Mike Scioscia a little unhappy because Heaney showed no sense of urgency at all. I'm not sure he had any idea how fast Avi was, but he does get to the ball, and again takes his time. Well, it cost him. He gets a strikeout, but it cost him. It's a wild pitch charge to him.
And that'll bring up Alexei with 1 on 1 out. Right on the outside corner at the knees. Off day tomorrow, then Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. The Cubs. Joe Madden. Oops. Oops. Can't get him. 2 out.
This is a long way for a backhand toss, and it's a really slow developing play. He gets it there with all he can on it, and Ibar does his best to make the turn, but not in time. Avi at least made him think about it as he tried to break it up at second.
I better believe he did.
Yeah, he went right after him.
So here's Trace. His first major league home run last evening. And he takes that change-up strike.
With the amount of off-speed pitches that Heaney throws, the left side of the infield is playing him as a pull hitter. In the outfield, it's almost straight up.
I got him picked off. Oh, bad throw. So that'll be a stolen base. Number 15 for Alexei. Now pick him up, Trace.
This has not been the best defensive inning for these Angels. He picks them off by plenty. And Albert doesn't even throw it close to the bag. Normally, Albert makes this play easily. He shifted out to get an angle on the throw and then lollipopped it to second, and it was on the third base side. So Alexi in safely.
Make him pay right here. There's the base hit. Now they're going to wait from around. The throw is going to get him. Up the line. Trace gets his base hit. Meanwhile, we'll go to the third, still scoreless.
And the fire department and all of the brave and wonderful people that inhabit both of those places. And with that in mind, we've got a couple of people you probably see on television, hopefully all the time. John Seda, nice to see you here, John.
No, it's good. Thanks for having me.
And Monica Raymond in between us. Also, in filming both of you in Chicago, I mean, have you found a lot of great places in our wonderful city?
Oh man, have we ever. This is one of the coolest cities I've ever visited. There's amazing people, there's amazing hearts, there's amazing food, sports, the best.
And now you're in both of you in hit series. You cross over, John, between one and the other. It's kind of interesting to see the interplay between you. And how have you found the city of Chicago?
Oh, Chicago's amazing. I did my first movie out here, a movie called Gladiator, a boxing film, some years ago. So to be back here again, it's great. And to be on a Wolf show and, two shows, Chicago Fire and PD, and now we got Med. It's incredible. It's great to be here and crossing over. I think it's unique. It's something that works seamlessly for us, and it's a lot of fun for us as actors.
Well, although you like boxing, I think you made the right decision because it's a little less painful doing what you're doing. But
that's true. I don't know. At least in boxing, I can see the punches coming.
Yeah, but he still goes and sees the fights.
That's right.
And Monica, I know that you went to Juilliard. You graduated from there. And when you were there, did you ever believe that it could be as it has been? I love the 3 years of Lie to Me with Tim Roth, so I'm a big fan of yours to begin with. But could you see this coming at all?
Thank you. And no, I did not, sir. I thought that I was going to be in a different path and struggling for a long time. I'm very lucky. I was at the right place at the right time, and I've met some really amazing people who have helped me get to where I am.
Well, that's terrific. And also, it's really nice to have you guys. I know a lot of people identify with the city of Chicago through you because they see the experiences that you guys have, and they see the filming locally, which is kind of nice. And so tell us when the first episode is for both of your shows.
Well, PD airs September 30th.
Right.
I think you guys are a little later, right?
I think we're at October 13th-ish in there.
And which season for you guys?
3 for us.
And 4 for us.
That's terrific. They're really great shows. So anyway, thanks for coming down and helping us honor the real brave men that inhabit the Chicago Police Department, the Chicago Fire Department, and you guys continue to do a great job. I hope the series lasts forever. And by the way, Homicide: Life on the Streets, that was a great one.
Wow, thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
That one popped up, and Gordon Beckham drifts back, and he makes the catch. Cole Calhoun steps up. Jose Abreu made a terrific play on him. 3 unassisted his first at bat, and he jumped on the first pitch. He goes after that first pitch again.
Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. That's, as you know, is one of my pet peeves, especially with guys who have type A personalities, aggressive type personalities. Nice 1-2-3 inning. We go to the bottom of the third. Still scoreless.
'28, presented by St. Xavier University. Come out to the ballpark for a tribute to the King of Rock and Roll, featuring performances by an Elvis tribute artist and a post-game fireworks show. To purchase tickets, visit whitesox.com.
Tyler Flowers, Gordon Beckham, and back to the top of the order with Adam Eaton here in our half of the third inning. No runs on 2 hits, no errors for them. No runs, 1 hit, no errors for us. That 1 hit. Sharp single to left field off the bat of Trace Thompson. There's Tyler. Comes in at 219, 8 homers, 29 knocked in. And I'll tell you what, it was a beautiful thing to see last night. He and Rodon working together.
Well, certainly, you've got to get a pitcher in rhythm, and I think that's one of the things that stood out of that performance was that Carlos was in great rhythm last night. He got the ball, he threw it, with the exception of only a couple of times where he rubbed up the baseball and collected his thoughts. Tyler had him in a great rhythm.
Ball here in the left center field. That's going to be a container. And it's good to see Tyler getting some recognition for behind the plate. He is ranked 3rd in framing pitches.
And a lot of Sox pitchers over the course of Tyler's years here love to throw to him. And it doesn't hurt that occasionally he hits a ball out of the ballpark. In this case, he hit it in the gap for a double. Connor Gillespie, at least for one, believes that Gordon Beckham is going to bunt because he's in at the cut of the grass.
The Gordons. Takes a strike. And back in the second inning. There's two guys, teammates. Watch this. What? 0-1. Well, if you take the tandem of Flowers and Soto, not many catchers around don't have the combined numbers they have, which is 16 homers and 48 knocked in.
No, if you have one guy doing that, you would consider it a banner year offensively. And that's what the Sox have gotten out of the catching position.
That's one of the prettiest things in the game to me, is when the catcher and the pitcher work as a tandem. Is that hitting? Now,
well, Gordon is saying
Gordon's
that
coming back.
He's saying that he got hit by that, and they're saying that it didn't hit him. And now they're saying it did hit him.
Yeah. So
now
first 2 minute board.
Wait a second. Mike Scioscia's coming out now, and he's going to say, "Wait a second. You pretty much just told me that the ball didn't hit him, and now you're telling me the ball did hit him." Mike is not a happy man right now. And there's Dino Ebel. He's the right-hand man of Mike Scioscia, and he's the guy charged with going back in the locker room to the appeal process.
Third base coach for a long time. Mike, this is Mike's 16th year at the helm. He's got a nice coaching staff.
Well, it indeed looked like it hit his foot and then redirected, and apparently Mike Scioscia is going to live with the eventual call on the field, because eventually they got to, yes, it did hit you, and take first base.
So here's Adam. He had a sharp comebacker, a nice snap by Heaney. Corners in close. And that pitch is just off the plate.
Certainly no rest for these Angels, because when they leave here tonight after the game, they're not going to have to travel too far, but they will go against a pretty good team. The Kansas City Royals in Kansas City for a 4-game series. Joe McEwing, fortunately, still has some of those reflexes left from his playing days, because he almost got clocked with that one. Look up, Joe. Slice behind him.
One ball, one strike. He's going to run it, and that's going to stay. Oh boy. Close, but no cigar right there. That was almost perfect.
This one hugged the line for a while, as Connor Gillespie realizing that he's not going to be able to get him if he touches it. So he's taking a look, and then it spins foul. He does, and then get a glove on it.
So he's in the hole, 1-2.
Last 16 games, Adam Eaton has indeed set the table. He scored 16 runs, 5 doubles, driven in 7, and hitting the robust 400.
Calhoun way off the line in right field.
Sweeping slider, the best pitch that Heaney has.
So that third strikeout for him.
They had him looking for some contact after almost laying down a perfect bunt. Comes away with no contact.
Saladino. He went out 1-3. It went off the glove. Heaney was able to recover, pick it up, throw him out. There's that change. He's got a nice slider and a nice changeup.
And it's surprising with the stuff he has, and he appears to be a pretty good pitcher overall, that he's on his third organization at still a very young age.
So we get a threat going, leadoff double, can't do anything with it.
From the first game, 2012, where he stands in the major leagues. In runs and triples, he's first, tied for second slugging percentage. Hits, home runs, batting average, runs batted in, and on-base percentage no lower than fifth. That's one of the reasons why he is one of the great young stars in the game.
He is that. He lined out to right field. First trip, batting practice. He was hitting balls in those right field bleachers. He hit one halfway up the bleachers out there, right over that Hyundai sign. Halfway up. Now that's a blast for a right-handed hitter. One and two the count. He gone. Good changeup.
Strikeout number 1 for Johnny Danks as he sets him up and gives him great motion and a disappearing baseball as this one settles low and out of the zone and tries to not check it out.
So here's Albert. He just ripped a single into right field. They're going to put the shift on for him. Curveball, yeah.
Well, that shift, as you see it, pretty much is trying to take away the power from Albert. And there was a time when even if you shifted, he could take the ball out easily to right center field. These days, most of the balls he hits out of the ballpark are from left center over toward the left field line.
Well, he had some uncanny power to center and right center.
As he did.
And he just swung so easy. And the ball just got up in the air and didn't come down. Right at Trace. So 2 out. Yeah, he probably was as good at hitting the ball big time, big boy distances with an easy swing.
These days it seems to me, Hawk, and you would have a feeling for this, he's starting to cheat more than he ever had to on good fastballs inside. Is that a product of the aging process?
Yes, that is it. But the trick is being able to do it. A lot of guys try it, but they still can't do it. That didn't take long against those guys. 1, 2, 3, and we'll go to the bottom of the 4th. Field, and CSN is proud to bring you every game. Watch our Sox try to cool off the Cubs. Seize the City Series again. We lead it 2-1. Beat them 2 out of 3 at their place. So coverage begins Friday at 2 right here on CSN's Cross. But getting back to the fastball and the aging process, guys, you see they start trying to cheat more, and some of them just can't get there. As we mentioned, Brooks Robinson couldn't get there. Harmon Killebrew couldn't get there. Willie Mays couldn't get there. The guy that I saw who actually was a better fastball hitter at 40 than he was when he won a Triple Crown was Carl Yastrzemski, only because he cheated so much.
Well, by cheating, what we're saying is not necessarily cheating, but opening up, looking for the ball inside. And when you open up, it's really tough to cover the outside corner, but they're guessing that you're going to come in under their hands. By opening up more quickly, that's when you get the good part of the bat on the ball.
Yeah, he was a terrific fastball hitter at the age of 40, 41. Abreu. One out.
Left fielder, number 53, Melky Cabrera.
But getting back to Cole Calhoun, how aggressive he is, getting after that first pitch. the one thing that I think a lot of hitting coaches do that's wrong is they get these good-looking, young, talented Latin players coming in to the big leagues. And after they struggle a little bit, they start trying to get them to go deeper in the count, see more pitches and the whole bit. And that's completely against what they have grown up with. You don't get off those islands by walking. You get off those islands by swinging the bat and hitting the ball hard.
And many of the guys that come out of the Dominican, and there are many stars to come out of the Dominican, those guys just are taught, hit the first thing that looks good.
That's right.
And just go after it and let it go. And they're very aggressive hitters. A lot of them are terrific first ball, fastball hitters. But yeah, making them get selective, making them go deep in a count, that usually is counterproductive for them.
That's in the center field. Can of corn for Mike Trout. 2 down. Yeah, well, I think one of the greatest first ball, fastball hitters we've ever seen was Vladimir Guerrero. You throw him first ball, fastball, I mean, it was almost like committing a sin.
Well, Vlad also had one of the largest strike zones. Number one, he was a tall guy, and number two, he had a nose-to-toe strike zone. So it was what a lot of pitchers will swing at, a lot of hitters rather will swing at today. The only difference was he hit everything pretty hard. It didn't matter where you threw it.
40-40 guy. Here's Avi. He struck out, but then reached on that wild pitch that he struck out on.
Well, Heaney would not fall into that category of soft-tossing left-handers because his fastball is upwards of 93 miles an hour. But the straight change is awfully good, as is a slider, which he does change speeds on, and he's very effective with it.
Now in at 92.
That's pretty impressive, allowing 2 runs or fewer in 7 of his 8 starts.
He's a nice-looking left-hander. That change-up and that slider put him in that category. That ball hit hard. Get over his head. Nice play by Cole Calhoun.
Did a very good break on that, and one false step that would have fallen. It didn't, so we're out of the inning, and it's on to the 5th in a 0-0 game.
Couple of left-handers pitching well, so it'll be Cron, Giovatella, and Gillespie. Cron didn't go 5-4 fielder's choice, takes that breaking ball downstairs.
was a good change. He got it on the inside part of the plate. Probably didn't want it there, but sometimes it's not the location, but the velocity that will fool the hitter.
Well, I couldn't hold it.
It does go as a base hit. Let's see, somehow try to get that ball behind him, and it cost him. It's in the glove.
So here's Giovatello. He popped up to his counterpart, Gordon Beckham. That was the big threat that the Angels had. They had first 2 men aboard, nobody out. They could not cross home plate. Chopper, now he's going to throw to get the lead man. Nice play. Took his time to make a good throw.
Jose knows he's not going to be able to turn 2 on this play, so he makes a good strong throw, and they get the force out. Tyler Flowers goes out to the mound because Johnny Danks had to sprint to first base, not knowing there wouldn't be a return throw. So he's giving him a chance to catch his breath before the Danks-Gillespie at bat.
Gillespie popped up to Beckham to end that second inning. Giovatello's short lead. He is 2 for 3 in stolen bases. Taking a couple scores for you. Bottom of the 4th in Kansas City. Tigers and Royals tied at 2. Bottom of the 7th in Cleveland. The Indians leading the Yankees 2-1. Minnesota leading Texas 4-0. That's in the bottom of the 4th at Target Field. 10-3. Toronto leading Oakland. That's on the top of the 7th up at the Rogers Center. Blue Jays scored 3 in the first, 7 in the second. That's trouble. Down into the corner. That fastball, he's a pretty good fastball hitter. Now they're going to wave Giovatello around. He's going to score, and it's a 1-0 Angel lead. He got a fastball and didn't miss it.
No, and he got it on the inside part of the plate as Johnny Danks tries to throw a high fastball by Connor Gillespie, and the high fastball doesn't work. He takes it down the line, and Giovatello with pretty decent speed, able to beat the play easily. Right here when you hit the bag is usually when you have to pick up your third base coach, unless you're absolutely certain that you're going to score without a play, and that's exactly what happened.
Here's Carlos Perez. Went out to right field. Well, you know a guy's a pretty good fastball hitter.
Well, he was here.
Yeah.
He was here, and that was the one pitch that he could hit real well.
One and 0.
Perez is a terrific defensive catcher. Angels hoping that that bat can come around.
There's a strike. Taking some other scores. Marlins thumped the Red Sox 14-6. Down in Florida, Houston shuts out the Giants 2-0 at AT&T. Phillies over the D-backs 7-6 in Phoenix.
We're seeing a few of the road teams win today in tonight's action. Something that didn't happen yesterday for the first time of at least 15 games played in the major leagues. It's never happened that the home team won every game. Last night the home team went 15 for 15.
First time in history.
It's pretty amazing. You'd think they'd have snuck in there once, but nope, it didn't.
Full count. Cincinnati beat San Diego 7-3. Not at Petco. Seattle at home against Baltimore. Mariners shut out the Orioles 3-0. Iwakuma, of course, with that no-hitter.
Pretty amazing. The 5th in Mariner history.
Get foul. Get foul. It will.
And we'll take a look at earlier today. Hisashi Iwakuma and Gerardo Parra with 2 outs in the 9th. Lazy fly ball to left center field, and that seals the no-hitter for Iwakuma.
Austin Jackson. A big smile. That right here, some work to do. 1 in. We trail it 1-0. And there's ball 4. First walk issued by Johnny.
That's going to bring Don Cooper out from the dugout. Sox fans, on Friday, August 14th at 3:10, our White Sox take on the Cubs. The first 10,000 fans will receive a White Sox rally towel presented by United Airlines. United, proud to fly the Chicago White Sox. Purchase tickets today by visiting whitesox.com or calling 866-SOX-GAME. Here's some young fans with very good seats. A couple more White Sox fans, starting them out early.
And Shane Victorino at the plate. Shane has gone out to right and popped up to second. Bobby Short out there in right field. Big gap in right center. One to count. And 1-2 the count.
Another good straight change by Johnny Danks as he kept this one just barely in the zone. And Victorino, as he's been all night, well out in front of it.
A little bit low.
That time after the soft stuff, he tried to heat him up, but it was out of the zone.
Foul back. And Steve.
Well, I have it.
You got the ball.
I
got a lot of spin on it.
I think that was e-broadcaster. But I have it. So let's see. Wow.
First one in the booth all year.
I know, and I was about ready to get it, and then I lost it in the sun.
Let's face it,
maybe the
you
lights.
come from Arizona, right, where the sun shines every day.
I lost it in the lights. That's what it was.
That's what it was.
Well, that's great because I tossed it down and a fan caught it and gave it to those two guys. They will enjoy it and hopefully use it well.
Payoff pitch. Hard snapped. That'll retire the side. Beautiful play by Saladino. Yes. One 4-0 for them, 0-2-0 for us. Andrew Heaney out of Oklahoma City, spinning himself a nifty two-hitter. Single by Trace Thompson and a double by Tyler Flowers, and that's all we got. So here's Alexei. Alexei hit into a 4-6 fielder's choice. Ate him up inside. Oh, nice play. He had to catch it. He did, or he wasn't going to get it.
No, the approach he took to that was an all or nothing. Either you make sure that the ball's in the glove or it's going to be a base hit. Alexei hits it off the end of the bat. And it's well, we won't call it a line drive. It is sinking, and Ibar takes it right off the dirt.
That is a Doc Edwards shot.
I know.
Good play. He's a good shortstop. Always has been.
Well, one of the things, and there's a lot of statistics that go with this, but Eric Ibar's last year, the ultimate zone rating, UZR, was second. And Fangraphs used it to evaluate his range. He was second behind J.J. Hardy, who won the Gold Glove, although You could certainly make a case for Alexei last year defensively, because nobody covered more ground than Ramirez did last year.
Nobody had a better year defensively than Alexei had last year, shortstop either. They can talk all those stats they want, shove them when it comes to that. 2-0. Trace with that line drive base hit.
He's getting his chance to play, and he is making the most of it, which is great to see.
Another base hit. Goes right with a pitch. Nice approach. So Mike Mazza and Mike Spinelli's picked a click as you look at Bo in the house.
This is Bo's row takeover, and in section 142, rows 7 through 9, Bo came down, sat with the folks. He went down to row 8, handed out T-shirts. He also interacted with the fans, signed a few autographs, and spent some time with them talking baseball. Bo's row takeover.
One of, if not the greatest athletes to ever live. Best one in my time.
I was going to say, it's hard to believe there were too many better when you consider where he got to in his two primary sports, and I have no doubt that he could play just about anything he wanted to. And you said he could hit the golf ball out of sight.
Unreal. Just kill it. I remember we were going to draft him. Had Ellis Clary, who was a scout, go down there and check him out at Auburn about his signability. Ellis was down there for 5 or 6 days. Calls me up and said, it looks like he's going to play football. So now the draft came, and I told the guys, I said, if he's available in the 6th round, we're going to take him, regardless. Well, John Schuerholz got him in the 6th round just before us.
He was thinking about taking the same flyer you were taking in hopes that he would eventually, at least one way or the other, turn to baseball.
Well, one of the things I remember looking in the football draft, they had speeds in the 40 for all the guys, and they had little wide receiver, I think it was West Tennessee State or East Tennessee State, who was 4.4 in the 40 or 4.3 in the 40, and then they had a guy who was 4.1 in the 40, and he was from Auburn, and his name was Bo Jackson. 4.1 40.
And he wasn't a small man.
220.
Yeah, he's a big man. Heaney being left-handed will help to shut down a running game, but that man behind the plate, he will shut down a running game. He can throw it very well. Carlos Perez, they got him from the Astros last November.
Two balls, two strikes to Tyler. Double he head into left center field. That was his 10th two-bagger.
The Astros wanted Hank Conger, and the Angels got Carlos Perez and Nick Tropiano. Tropiano, a pitcher.
Nice approach on that pitch. Ball was just off the outside corner. Count hangs at 2-2.
This time Victorino in left field is playing over toward the left center field gap, giving him the whole line.
There he goes. And there's the base hit. Boy, I tell you, that's right out of the textbook right there. So now one out runners at the corners.
Robin puts on the hit and run, and Tyler makes some contact and hits it in the vacated right side. Giavotella going to the bag. Tyler hitting it behind him, slicing away from Giavotella, who can't right himself to make the play, and a perfectly executed hit and run will bring Mike Butcher, the pitching coach, out from the dugout.
Gordon Beckham will be the hitter. Gordon was hitting the foot by a pitch his first trip.
It was Butcher who worked with Heaney. It was in spring training, and Heaney couldn't get anything over the plate, having all kinds of control issues. Mike Butcher simplified his motion, and somehow, for whatever reason, this is third organization, the light clicked on, and Heaney's been getting everything over the plate.
Opened his hips up a little bit.
And that's exactly what happened. He was throwing across his body. And now, although it's still a little across his body, it's not even close to what it was before when he had no control whatsoever.
All right, Gordon, just don't turn the head of this bat over, buddy. That's a good start. Ball one.
Well, Tyler still has a job to do at first base. On a ground ball, you got to get down there and get a piece of the pivot man to try to break up the double play and score the run.
That'll get the job done. That will get the job done. So Trace scores, and this game is tied at 1. Just going to turn the head of that bat over and see what happens.
Gordon drives in his 18th run and ties this game. He got the pitch he wanted. It was out over the plate, a little above belt high, and he hit it well far enough.
So here's Adam. He's 0 for 2. Another breaking ball, another strike.
Victorino is about as shallow as you can get in left field and over toward the line. That time Adam just barely able to stay alive on a pitch that was out of the zone.
Luis Polonia. Area right. Well, not enough. He's got to be way over more towards the line the way they used to play Polonia. Von Calderon was standing about 4 or 5 feet from that line. Just does get a piece of it.
Both those pitches in the same spot are on the pitch track. Show you they're both low and out of the zone.
That's going to be foul.
Sounded like he broke his bat. We'll have to wait and see if he goes back to get another one or if that one was just off the end. No, he indeed broke it.
Toronto, 8th inning, thumping Oakland 10-3. Yankees, 8th inning, trailing Cleveland 2-1. So we could have a new leader in the East. Up high. 1-4-0 for both clubs if you're just joining us. Tried to rush that one by him at 94.
That's the hardest he's thrown tonight.
Well, he's a good-looking young pitcher.
Yeah.
24 years old.
Well, you'd have to figure he'd be a good pitcher, or there's no way the Angels would trade Howie Kendrick even up for him, because Kendrick's a good player. Been a good player for a long time.
That's popped up into short left. Victorino was there, makes the catch, but sacrifice fly by Gordon Beckham knocks in Trace Thompson, who picked up his second hit of the game, and we're tied at 1.
Around Javi Garcia and Cole Calhoun. Calhoun gets a good break on this ball with Javi bidding to at least pick up a double, maybe a triple, but Calhoun had other ideas. He makes a fine catch in the fourth, and as so often happens when we read the Xfinity high-speed action replay, the aforementioned player leads it off.
That was a terrific play by Cole. 1-4-0 for them. 1-4. Well, we should have a 1 up there for us. There's a curveball. Just a little too high. And that 1, if you're just tuning in, from guy sitting next to me.
Yeah, that would be.
I'm proud of you. At least you didn't duck.
EB. No ducking.
You didn't hit the dirt.
I'll tell you where you could do a whole lot of ducking, in the old Tiger Stadium, where you were ostensibly closer to the pitcher from the broadcast booth, closer to the hitter than the pitcher was to the hitter.
You could actually see the spin on the ball. Oh. High into left center. Chase.
Time now for you to tweet your strongest fan photo. Use hashtag Chicago Data Strong Fan, and you just might see yourself on an upcoming broadcast brought to you by T-Mobile.
Yeah, old Tiger Stadium and also Fenway Park before they redid it. You could see the spin on the ball coming up there.
I wasn't up there in the old ballpark before the renovation at Fenway, but it was perilous in Detroit.
It was. Detroit was, I would say, a shade closer than Fenway, just a bit.
Ernie Harwell, legendary broadcaster for many years with the Tigers, had a net in front of him. It's almost like a screen you shoot through for the opening of the game. This was a net where he could relax, call the game, and not have to worry about taking a face burger.
Boy, he could call a game.
Yes, he could.
One of the greats. He was a very talented man, Ernie Harwell. He wrote several books. He published, I think, something like 20-something or 30-something record music. He had some of the most famous artists singing his stuff, his music. 3-1 to count to Trout, who was lined out hard to right field and struck out. He was also a Marine. Second walk issued by Danks, and that'll bring up Pujols.
Although Johnny is under 500 lifetime against his Angel team, he's been pretty good against them. 3-4, but an ERA just barely over 3 at 3.11. And you figure Trout in a tie game is at least going to entertain the idea of going. However, two things not in his favor. One, the great move of Johnny Danks, and the other, the fact that Albert is up with a whole lot of power.
He's 10 for 14 on stolen bases. Just a short lead by Trout. Big swing, and that's going to be souvenir right side.
Although you'd love to think that when you scout a guy, you're getting the best guy you can possibly get whenever it is you take him. And things like Mike Trout pop up, first-round draft pick, but 25th player picked. For Albert Pujols, he was a 13th round draft pick with the St. Louis Cardinals. So there was a whole lot of teams that passed on Albert that are very unhappy that they did, because he lasted a long time in that draft.
Top of the ninth at Citi Field. That's shutting out the Rockies 3-0. Cespedes has gone deep in that game.
What an acquisition he was. And now David Wright is going to come back in the not too distant future. That's certainly going to help them.
Albert got a pitch right there that he could absolutely destroy.
Watch how he opens up. You can see the hips clearing, and it looked like he was guessing cutter because he did open up, and unfortunately for him, didn't work out the way he wanted. For Johnny Danks, he was pretty happy that that one was fouled off.
Almost threw it away on the pitch out. Met game is over now. So official. Change up. Two-two pitch. No. And a full count.
Now is really a great time to go to first base with your best move, if in fact you haven't showed it to Trout yet. The lead a touch bigger at first base.
Bullet. Good thing he didn't get it up. So Trout. Safe. So that walk now sitting on third base.
Well, Trout was intent on not getting picked off because he's not going yet. Now he finally takes off, and he's got tremendous speed. He just hits second base, cuts it very well, and barely beats the throw. And you watch Trout making sure that he's not going to get picked off. And then he really turns it on. Now we'll take a look because he hurt his wrist on a dive in left field. He hasn't really been the same hitter since he hurt it. And right there he's looking at it. That probably is still singing to him, as you can see the brace on the left wrist, and that brings Don Cooper out from the dugout.
Yeah, for that big man. Whew. He can't run like Bo, but he's very fast. 235 pounds.
Trout rolled over a ball that he didn't get in left field. Looked like he was going to make the catch. He didn't. Wound up hurting his wrist. However, he stayed in the game. Pretty tough guy. Stayed in the game, went 4 for 4. But then it really pained him, and he wound up missing a series where the Angels were swept by the Houston Astros. And without Trout's bat in the lineup, this Angel team is just not the same.
The Toronto game is over. They had almost 45,000 there.
Well, they've really, and you can understand why, because offense is very exciting, but they've really captured the fancy of that Trout in Toronto.
Donaldson 2 for 4, 2 runs scored, 2 knocked in. Chris Colabello 2 for 4, 4 RBIs, a homer, his 11th. Smoke hit his 11th home run.
Colabello's an amazing story because anybody could have had him, and Toronto's a team that got him.
Everything's contagious. They get everybody in that lineup hitting. Tulowitzki still has not lost since he started the game. Meanwhile, runners at the corners, 1 out, and here's a tough little customer at the plate. Takes the bunt, takes the ball.
That's one of the things that Mike Scioscia used to do when he had a team with a great deal of speed. They knew how to execute. He didn't mind calling suicide when it applied, and most of his guys could execute.
I remember one year we went over to Tempe to play them in spring training, and had about a week to go in spring training. They had 50-something stolen bases that spring. You let Scioscia get the kind of club he wants out there on that field, and he's going to run you right out of that ballpark.
Well, with a new GM, actually an old GM that has retaken over, and Bill Stoneman, he's going to be able to get the kind of team he wants in the next few years. So that's 2 safety squeezes, which is.
And count 1 and 2.
He's been a very good bunter, but this time not so much.
Well, you can see he's jabbing at both of them. When you jab at it, it's going to be a flip a coin. When you try to catch it, you're the odds-on favorite. To the plate, yes. He gone. Good throw, perfect throw by Saladino.
Tyler to Tyler. And Mike Trout with a good hard slide could not dislodge the ball. It slowly hit. And Tyler knows he's got some time. He makes a perfect throw, cut down by Tyler Flowers at the plate. Just a good solid play. And Tyler out to make the tag.
So here's Crone. Hit into a 5-4 fielder's choice. Then hit a soft line drive to Alexei, who got a glove on it and couldn't hold it. It's outside, one foul.
Carlos Sanchez trying to get to it. Just couldn't stretch far enough.
And that'll do it. Beautiful peg to get Mike Trout at the plate by Tyler Saladino. And we'll go to the bottom of the sixth, tied at 1.
All fans are invited to stay for a post-game fireworks show presented by Magellan Corporation. Purchase tickets today by visiting WhiteSox.com or calling 866-SOX-GAME. There's a young lady having a nice night at the ballpark. Still 70 degrees, just a gorgeous night.
So here is Saladino. He'll be followed by Abreu and then Cabrera.
Young man is in charge of the peanuts. That's his job tonight. Dole them out.
Tyler 0 for 2. But he's made 3 good plays in this game defensively with that leather.
Gillespie even with the bag, but he's creeping in with the pitch.
There's a base hit.
Tyler takes this one down and in. And hits it right over the head of Ibar.
Jose is grounded to short and struck out. He's due. Pretty good lead. Takes first pitch strike. Almost a blueprint. 1-1 to count. Big lead over there. get picked off.
Perez got it down there pretty quickly. Fortunately, Tyler didn't take a huge secondary lead. Young man behind the plate's got a strong arm and he's very accurate.
Off the end of the bat, fouls it back, so 2-2 the count to Abreu. Off day tomorrow, then Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Joe Maddon's club comes down.
And they're playing really good baseball.
They're a good team.
Yep. This is what it's going to look like. Val Hendricks against Jeff Samardzija Friday. Jake Arrieta against Jose Quintana on Saturday. Dan Herron against Chris Sale in the finale on Sunday.
There he goes. Take the second. They get him at first.
There was absolutely no chance of Connor Gillespie cutting down Saladino at second base. This is one of those situations where you make a throw and the only thing that can happen is bad. You see how quickly he's there. He's almost standing on second before Connor gets the ball. So one unnecessary throw, but they do get the unusual 5-4-3 put out.
And here's Melky. Melky 0 for 2. Last time went out to center field. Takes low ball 1. Now 3 for 8 in the series.
With runners in scoring position, he's about as good as it gets. 366. And now Perez wants to have a word with Heaney.
Turned 31 yesterday.
Melky celebrated that by driving in the first 2 runs of the ball game.
Watch out. Nice approach. that backdoor breaking ball, that's tough to do, what he just did. Recognize it and then go out there and fight it off.
Good thing about it was he knew it was too close to take and had enough coverage to stay alive. There you look at the numbers. Andrew Heaney, who now has great control, wasn't always that way. Hasn't walked anybody. Fan 4.
2-2 pitch. So Tyler into third on the throw to first.
Very good base running by Tyler Saladino as he started to edge off. Sees Connor make the throw, and right here he's taking off, and there's absolutely no chance to get him. See him go back a couple of steps, trying to convince Gillespie that he was not going to take off. But he's 90 feet away with a run that'll take the lead.
Well, if you're a hitter now, all of a sudden you got to think to yourself, maybe he'll take that slider in the dirt away from him a little bit. What a big difference to a hitter's frame of mind with the guy on third rather than the guy on second.
Well, one of the things, if you got the speed of Avi Garcia, you know, if you hit a chopper in the infield, you got a chance to drive home the go-ahead run.
But the biggest thing for the hitter is, besides that, the biggest thing is the pitcher's probably going to keep it up.
Unless he really has a great deal of trust in that man behind the plate.
That's a different story.
Yeah, there's a few guys around baseball that you can't throw it by regardless of what you do, but they're few and far between.
Two and one. It's the final from Progressive Field. Indians beat the Yankees 2-1. So a change in leadership in the American League East. There was one in the dirt, stopped by Perez. 3-1. Alexei on deck. Change up way down.
You know, at first base open, he doesn't mind walking Avi, and that pitch, he was determined to keep away out of the zone, and if Avi wanted to expand that zone, that was fine with him, but he would just as soon put him on first and take his chances with Ramirez.
And there is ball 4. First walk issued by Heaney. All right. Alexei, right man, right time, right spot, right now. Takes it right there. So Toronto has won 10 in a row. First place, Toronto Blue Jays here on August 12th.
They were very busy at the deadline, and it's paid dividends for them.
0-2 the count. Short lead by Avi.
A little something extra on that one after a couple of slow ones. Thinking maybe he could catch Lexi leaning, but it was way up and out of the zone.
Well, the kid certainly, first time we've seen him, certainly appears to pitch out there.
Yeah, he's got a real good feel for the game.
Outfield for the most part straight up. Just a small gap in right center. Blocked nicely by Perez.
He's not overwhelming with the fastball, as you can see, topping out at 94. The changeup has been very good. 82 to 85, the slider. 79 to 81. And let's see. Conferences on the mound between Perez and Heaney. Oh, probably around 8. Apparently grew up watching films of Joe Mauer when he was catching. Mike Scioscia, a great catcher during the course of his long and very good career.
Yes, yes, yes. Alexi on his way to second, and he will get there as Tyler scores, and it's a 2-1 Sox lead. Avi at third.
Alexi went down and out of the strike zone to slice this one down the line in right field. He's driven in 42, and this is his first hit of the night. It's a fastball down, but Alexi likes fastballs just about anywhere. And that one tight.
Don't stop now, boys, as here is Trace. Trace is 2 for 2 with a run scored. And then another meeting at the mound.
Well, this is probably dictated by the dugout and Mike Scioscia telling him to go out there and kill some time because the bullpen just started to work. Jose Abreu was trying to figure out, well, maybe I can give myself some flexibility in this game. Go behind the plate.
So Mike's getting ready to come out of that dugout. And here he comes.
Fernando Salas. Probably get a chance to throw another 7-8 pitches because of that trip to the mound by Perez. And Mike is taking a long, slow walk out to give him another 5 or 6 pitches.
Sox with 2 runs on 6 hits, no errors. Angels 1 run, 5 hits, no errors. Mike now is going to make the call to the pen. So Andrew Heaney, 24-year-old southpaw to Parks, and we'll be back.
Breathtaking views of U.S. Cellular Field and delicious food and beverage options. You can enjoy them prior and during White Sox games. Purchase a First Merit Bank Stadium Club membership by calling 312-674-1000. And a Honda call to the pen. Fernando Salas on for the 50th time. He's been a busy man. He's 2-1 his ERA. A little bit higher than I'm sure he would like, but only 8 walks. And 43 1/3. He inherits 2 outs, but he also inherits 2 base runners at second and third.
He's a 30-year-old right-hander out of Mexico. 6'2", 200 pounds. And here is Trace Thompson, who is 2 for 2 with a run scored in this game.
The Angels gave up a pretty good player to get him. Randall Grichuk, who we saw with St. Louis, and he looks like he's got a chance to be a real good one.
Starts him off with a changeup. That one at 88, and very quickly to count 0-2.
Last night, a night of firsts. First run driven in, first home run, and he made it 3-0, and his teammates didn't say anything, so he started punching people, and eventually they mobbed him.
Nice block by Perez. Moves around very nicely behind that plate.
Now, he's a terrific defender, and they're just waiting to see if that bat is going to come around. But defensively, he can do everything.
Got him. That base hit by Alexa Ramirez, and we'll go to the 7th, leading 2-1. A scratch and win ticket for your chance to win a trip to New York to see our Sox battle the Yankees and throw out a first pitch at a White Sox game. Great offers from Famous Dave's and discount White Sox tickets. So you head to your local Famous Dave's today for your chance to be a winner. Two-one, good guys.
Johnny Danks has been awfully good tonight. Giving up to 5 hits. His fastball very lively. He's used a straight change exceptionally well. He's only walked a pair.
Here's Giovatello. It'll be Giovatello, Gillespie, and Perez. First pitch, fastball strike.
Sox bullpen up and going because Johnny had some big trouble in the second. He got out of it with first and second, nobody out. Some trouble again in the fifth, some trouble again in the sixth, yet he's only yielded the 1 run.
One out.
Zach Putnam loosening up just in case Johnny needs a little help.
First pitch strike. Gillespie 1 for 2, a double. Gordon's got it.
As promised earlier in the game, we've selected the Data Strong Fan photo of the game. Tweet your strongest fan photo to hashtag Chicago Data Strong Fan, and you just might see yourself in an upcoming broadcast brought to you by T-Mobile.
Here's Carlos Perez.
There's the birthday boy, Jack Ruby. No, he didn't play in the Masters. And I'm sure he got that shirt free.
You may have learned that from Ed Farmer.
It's a good plan, actually.
That was wimpy. Tom Paciorek, my partner, that was his mantra. If you paid for it, it cost too much. Two and 1 to count with 2 down here in the top of the 7th inning. 2-6-0 for us, 1-5-0 for them if you're just joining us. And the count 3-1.
That's the third walk of the night issued by John.
And that'll bring up Victorino. He's 0 for 3 last time up, hitting into a double play, hit a bullet. Terrific catch. Good, no, outstanding reaction from Saladino. Takes first pitch strike. Garcia short out there in right field. And the count very quickly, 0-2.
That one hit the bottom part of the zone on our Toyota pitch tracks. You can see it had part of the lowest reaches of the strike zone.
Off the end of the bat, Gordon. And that'll do it. 7th inning stretch. Johnny Danks pitching well and leads at 2-1. the tape. Tyler Flowers. Gordon Beckham. Then back to the top of the order. Face Fernando Salas. Flowers 2 for 2, a double and a single. Takes ball 1.
Salas spent a lot of time in the bullpen for the Cardinals. He came over to the Angels along with David Freese for Peter Borges and Randall Grichuk. Grichuk's got a shot at Rookie of the Year in the National League.
He got a little pop.
Yeah, good player, good speed, good outfielder at all 3 positions. And he's strong. We saw just how strong he is.
Yeah, and he seems to be really level. I've had a nice talk with him in St. Louis. Seems to be a real nice young man as he goes through that one. 1-2 the count. Just off the corner. Victorino got a good jump. So that's a hang with him for Tyler.
Get Sox Social. Stay connected to your White Sox and favorite players all season long by visiting whitesox.com/connect today.
Here's Gordon. Gordon has no official at bats. He was hitting the foot by a pitch, and then he had a sacrifice fly. That drove in our first run. Trace Thompson back in the 5th inning. He won the count. Tampa Bay beat Atlanta 9-6 down in St. Pete.
Tampa Bay has run their record to 2 over 500. They're another of the contenders for the elusive second wild card in the American League.
St. Louis leading Pittsburgh 4-2. That game in the top of the 7th in St. Louis. And of course, Cardinals, when they're leading entering the 7th, they're 52-4. Got him. He knew it. 2 down. So here's Adam. Due. He's 0 for 3. (52-4).
Well, Rosenthal's been very good. Siegrist is exceptionally good. Siegrist's ERA, and he's that hard-throwing left-hander that comes out of the pen that we saw, I think, in 3 of the 4 games. But his ERA is 1.54 heading into action tonight. So their pen is strong.
Oh, 2 the count. And a 2-1 Cleveland win over the Yankees. Salazar 10-6. Sabathia loser 4-9. Cody Allen his 23rd save. Checks it up.
The bullpen for St. Louis coming into action tonight has a 2.26 bullpen ERA. That leads the major leagues. Kansas City 2.33. They're right on their heels.
Well, when you can cover the last 9 outs like those clubs can, you're going to win. Salas. 1-2-3 inning, couple of strikeouts, and we're into the 8th, leading 2-1. Where do you see Thompson fitting in? Outfield already looks set for a while. Convert. And you can get me at Hawk, Harrelson, and Steve. At Steve Stone. Well, Aaron, Karstens, those things usually have a way of taking care of themselves. You play them, and they'll usually answer that for you.
Well, he's not going to convert to an infielder. We do know that. He's a terrific outfielder, whatever position they're going to use him in. And as we've seen, and look, it's a very small sampling, we've seen him not appear overmatched against anybody to this point. So just have to see how he pans out. But right now, he's looking pretty good.
Cole Calhoun, 0 for 3. Yeah, they answer the questions for you if you give them an opportunity.
She loves Mike Trout. Well, she would make a very good scout. A lot of scouts certainly loved him. Not a lot of pitchers, however, love him. He's hard on pitchers.
A ball and a strike to Calhoun.
There's a good chance that one way or the other, this is going to be the last man that Johnny Danks is going to face.
You got Trout on deck, Pujols in the hole.
And Nate Jones ready to go.
One and two.
Good use of the high fastball up and out of the zone. John's been very good again here tonight.
Big on.
And that is indeed the last man I believe he is going to face, and he finishes it off with a flourish. The changeup that's been very good to him tonight completely fools Calhoun, who went 0 for 4, and he gets a nice hand from Robin Ventura, as well as a very appreciative U.S. Cellular Field crowd. A standing ovation and well earned for Johnny Danks. And so as he walks out, a very happy man walking out with the lead. We'll step out and be back after these messages. Jones. Good to have him back. On for the third time, and he's given up nothing. 3 strikeouts, no walks, and 2 1/3, and he's got to deal with Trout and Pujols with 1 out. Johnny Danks went 7 1/3, gave up just 5 hits, 1 earned run, walked 3, fanned 2. Used 103 pitches to get into the 8th inning, leaving the bullpen to cover only 5 outs.
Last 7 out of 8 starts, he has been awesome.
I think you could see the life on the fastball out of his hands starting to get better and better, and the straight change was wonderful tonight.
First pitch strike. At the top of the zone to Mike Trout at 98. Yeah, 7 out of his last 8 starts, he's back.
That fastball by Nate Jones to Mike Trout registered 99 on the fast pitch gun, brought to you by Xfinity, the fastest Wi-Fi at home and on the go.
Yeah.
90-mile-an-hour slider, and even though it wasn't where he wanted it, it moved so late and so quickly, Mike Trout could not pull the trigger. He doesn't want an inside slider to Trout, however.
No. No, he's not. Another one, that one. Way outside and down, so 2-2 the count. To the just turned 24-year-old. That's absolutely mind-boggling. Just turned 24 years old.
What he's accomplished?
2 seconds and a first in the MVP voting in his career.
He's choking up on the bat just a touch.
That is a good approach. He gone. That one at 90.
That's a slider again, and I can't believe he tried to throw it on the inside corner. You see where Tyler wants it. He wants it away, but a little late movement, not a whole lot of it, but he fools Trout. Object is to get him out. He got him out.
He got him out. That's right. He got away with one. It's funny how that ball, when it spins that way, sometimes it gives hitters a little problem.
Well, they believe it's actually going to move, and it doesn't.
So here's Albert. He's 2 for 3. Two 6-0 for us, 1-5-0 for them, and this is the finale of this 3-game set. That ball in the center field, and we got a man there. So Nate Jones comes on, strikes out Mike Trout, gets Albert to fly out, and we'll go to the bottom of the 8th, leading 2-1.
we head into the bottom of the 8th inning, and Joe Smith comes in the ball game. You might remember Joe from his Cleveland Indian days. He's on for the 48th time, a 4-3 record of 3.02 ERA. 24 holds, which is impressive. He is their setup man. Houston Street is their closer. And Smith, a sidearm right-hander, a walk-on at Wright State University. That's where he first decided to drop down sidearm and set him up for a relief role in the major leagues as Nate Jones, who came in throwing fire again, got out of the inning. And undoubtedly turning it over to David Robertson in the 9th.
So here's Tyler Saladino. Had a terrific game. He's 1 for 3 with a run scored. Started off at 6 with a single and came around to score on the base hit by Alexei. Oh, and 2 the count. Foul tipped, hung on to by Perez. 1 out. For their guys in the 9th, Ibar, Chrome, and Giovatello, the schedule hitters.
That time Joe Smith 3 times did something that I can't believe he did intentionally, which was leave it over the inside part of the plate. That is something that sidearm right-handers don't really like to do, but it was effective that time.
First pitch strike to Jose.
And there is the aforementioned David Robertson.
And a quick slider. 0-2. Chopper 2 hopper.
Follow the White Sox wherever you are with MLB.com and Bet. That's the #1 app for live baseball. At Bet is up to the moment, at any moment, with in-game highlights, live look-ins, replay previews, radio broadcasts, StatCast, and more. Get MLB.com at Bet for your smartphone or tablet.
Here's Melky. Melky 0 for 3 tonight. Quick slider there. And the count 0-2. There's a chopper 2 hop. Quick inning for Joe Smith. And we're into the 9th.
tonight, on for the 43rd time. He's 5-3 with an ERA of 2.60, but 64 strikeouts in 45 innings, only 11 walks to go with it. Opponents hitting just 187 against him, and he's trying to nail down his 24th save, and this is his 29th opportunity to do so.
Ibar, Crone, and Giavotella, the scheduled hitters. 2-6-0 for us, 1-5-0 for them if you're just tuning in. Ibar has faced David 8 times, has a couple of hits. That curveball, no.
Ibar's got pretty decent speed. He swiped 8 bases, so this becomes a huge out when you got a base stealer ahead of a couple of right-handers coming up.
One and one to count. One and two the count.
Probably have a good shot at seeing David Murphy this inning. He's a left-hand hitter, a specialist, acquired from the Cleveland Indians.
And he does what he does very well. He gone. Hook. One out.
Now Mike Scioscia thinks that that one was in the dirt. Ibar ran it to first base thinking that it hit the ground.
I still didn't know what to do. Yeah, fielding. As Scioscia wants to talk to him again.
That ball is in the dirt, and if Fielding Culbert is saying that he did indeed tag him, well, that's one thing. Now, right there, it's hard to tell, but Ibar runs to first base knowing that the ball was in the dirt.
Now Robin.
Robin's not the happiest man in the park right now. I think what he's saying is, look, Tyler was under the impression that you did call him out on the tag, and then obviously you can't run to first base after that. Now he points to him, meaning that he tagged him.
He called him out.
Yeah, I mean,
he called him out.
He believed that Tyler tagged him.
He absolutely called him out. So they're going to have a review. This thing can be overruled.
Yeah.
It can be overruled.
Yes, it can.
Even though he called him out, it still can be overruled. It's the same thing as an umpire missing a call at first base or a second base or a third base. Right there.
Well, Ibar did the right thing, which is complete the play regardless of what happens and let somebody else umpire the call. This is a very big review.
Well, we had two options on the play and didn't do either one, really.
No.
The tag and or the throw down.
Yep.
And we understand it all year long. On all the reviews that have been used in baseball,
Yes.
48% have been overturned.
That's surprising because the replay, obviously you can slow it down and then slow it down even slower than the normal slow motion replay, and you got plenty of time to look at it from a number of different angles. Umpires have one angle to see it in real time.
I'm surprised it's that high. I really am. As a rule, there went a long time there that we used to say that most of the time they're right, but the replays that we've seen this year, they're wrong most of the time.
This has taken a long time, as you would expect. Number one, it's a critical call, and number two, there has to be definitive proof. Again, the call on the field is that Ibar is out.
Well, they've got a decision. And he's out. Here goes Scioscia. Well, you said it. Definitive proof. That's the same thing as in the best interest of baseball.
You have to give yourself a bit of an out. You have to give some leeway on the call. We're gonna fall into definitive proof definition of this one.
So now Mike and Field and Culberth.
Well, from Scioscia's standpoint, until he gets wrung out of this, what you're doing is you're allowing David Robertson to stand on the grass in the middle of the infield without throwing the baseball because your argument is in front of home plate. Now, Mike wants to take as long as he can because he wants to freeze David Robertson. Some of the greatest managers had some of their longest arguments when a real good pitcher for the opposing team was on the mound.
Billy Martin was famous for that. Billy Martin was absolutely, for a long time, just about as good as it got when it was defining a manager.
Now, Scioscia's probably going to get wrung out of this, but he wants to spend as much time as possible. And if you're David Robertson, you got to start throwing the baseball. You got to make sure you're loose because you still have a guy up in C.J. Cron that can hit the ball out of the park. And I think Robin wants to get David's attention. Well, the argument over. David didn't throw a pitch. He must feel pretty good about it.
Well, I'm sure he does. I'm sure if he didn't, he would have been throwing some. Or even just soft tossing. So big out. And here's Cron. Pours that one over. Count evens at 1. Just tuning in, they took the lead with a run in the 5th. We tied it with 1 in the 5th and went ahead with 1 in the 6th. And a count 1-2 to CJ. RBIs for us. Gordon Beckham with a sacrifice fly, and Alexei Ramirez knocking in his 42nd run. That open stance. Cron is a big, strong guy. Beckham, can they throw it? Great effort, though. A terrific effort.
Really, the only play that Gordon had was to come across the bag and flip it to Alexei and hope that the strong arm of Ramirez would be able to cut him down at first. He makes a blind throw on the pivot, a 360 spin, and they can't get him at first base. Good heads-up play, but not in time. Now they're going to put a pinch runner on for Cron, representing the tying run. Featherston comes on. He's the guy who started at third base for a couple of games for him. Taylor Featherston.
Good-looking young player. So here is Giovatella. Not Murphy. Gillespie on deck. Giovatella 0 for 3. And he has faced David 4 times, and he has a couple of hits. There's a strike. 2-6-0 for us, 1-6-0 for them here in the top of the 9th inning. Sox took the opener 8-2. They won last night 3-0. Carlos Rodon with 11 strikeouts in 7 innings. There he goes. There's a base hit by Giovatella. So now runners at the corners and 1 out.
Mike Scioscia puts on the hit and run. Featherston is going, and Giovatella takes it just out of the reach of Abreu as Jose comes off the bag, just misses getting to it. Tying and go-ahead runs on the corners with only 1 out.
So here's Gillespie. He's 1 for 3. David Murphy has come out on deck. Giovatella 2 for 3 in stolen bases.
Skinner's only grounded into 2 double plays this year. Well, he's safe at second, but that's not the issue. The issue is that you step on the bag, you take the force out of the equation, and the run scores. Just not a particularly good play. Once you step on first, then you got to pay attention to the man coming home, because all the runner does is get in a rundown long enough for the run to score, which it does. The game is tied at 2.
Wow. Wow. We have made so many elementary.
I think what they're saying is it's interference on Alexei, because I think that Giovatella brushed by him on his way to second base. You have to clear the path after you release the baseball and get out of the way of the runner. If he goes and touches you, even if it's construed as intentionally, you're going to be called safe at second.
We have made so many fundamental mistakes this year. That's not
Well, that's what Robin is certainly arguing his case. I think they called interference, and Robin is saying it wasn't. But this one I don't believe is reviewable. Maybe it is, because you're coming over and going to take a look at it. One way or the other, it's a 2-2 game.
That is almost elementary to what should have happened and didn't happen.
Now this is where they call interference, as Giavotella has to reroute to get around Alexi. He didn't touch him. Alexi didn't touch him. And you see the call by Manny Gonzalez. Let's take a look at Featherston, the pinch runner. He recognizes that Jose has gone and touched the bag. He's going to score easily.
So instead of being out of the inning, is 2 out and Murphy the hitter. Man in scoring position.
As a pinch hitter this year, Murphy's been terrific, and you do have first base open.
Murphy has faced Robertson 10 times, has a couple of hits.
Hit 3 home runs, drive in 7 off the bench. That's a lot of production, and overall 288.
That was a strike, but I don't think he's worried about it. Yanks that one foul. David DeJesus is on deck. Johnny Danks will not pick up his 7th victory. Full count. That's a shame. We'll go to the bottom of the 9th, tied at 2.
And Trevor Gott takes over on the hill on for the 25th time. He's 2-0. His ERA 1.85, allowed just one home run. And 24 and a third innings of work. There you look at the numbers. As you would expect, left-handers hit him much better than the right-handers. Gott came over from the Padres along with Houston Street. And the Padres got 4 players back for them out of the University of Kentucky.
So here's Avi. Avi 0 for 2 with the base on balls. Checks it up. Pitch at 97. Another one at 97. So the count evens at 1. Breaking ball, no.
You would think just by looking at the numbers that Gott would have a hard time getting the breaking ball over the plate. The reason being that if you throw 97, you have any kind of life at all on it, you're going to have more than 12 strikeouts in 24 and a third innings.
Chops that one foul.
So he's got some good movement on that 97-mile-an-hour fastball. That one sunk. And there you look at Zach Duke loosening in the pen.
Gap out there in left center. And here comes Alexei with a big RBI single, coming with 2 out in the 6th inning to put us on top 2-1. So another game that we should have been on our way home. We can find some ways, I'll tell you that. You bring it up, we've probably done it.
Yeah, bad thought process in that situation.
That's into center field, so the 1-out single.
Just out of the reach of Ibar. And he represents a winning run. So you would assume, maybe not on the first pitch, because it's pretty easy to call a pitch up, but you would assume Alexei is going to be running in this situation.
Well, Trace Thompson's being called back.
And Adam LaRoche in the ball game. Adam has been used as a pinch hitter twice. He's 1 for 2 with a run batted in the pinch.
Adam hitting at 213, 10 homers, 37 knocked in on the season. That ball deep into center field. Job back. That's out number 2.
Most pinch hitters will tell you go up, look first ball, fastball, and if you get it, try to hit it hard. He did just that. Alexi did a nice job of not quite getting to second base. As soon as he saw Trout turn around where he's going to make the catch, he retreated to first.
Here's Tyler. Tyler's a double, a single, and he lined out to Victorino in left field. Takes it up. Takes that one at 96. That one at 97. 0-2. Just off the corner. Well, an Angel outfield. If it's over their head, this ball game's over.
It's not going to fall between them and the wall, because they are really way back there all the way around.
Breaking ball. And we go to extra innings in this 2-2 tie. All season long, Jack Link's beef jerky. Feed your wild side.
A lot of changes. Larry Garcia in the outfield. He's in center. Zach Duke comes in the ball game. Duke on for the 51st time. He's 3-4. His ERA a touch below 3.5. 43 strikeouts in 44 innings. And he's got to deal with the top of the order.
Victorino, Calhoun, and Trout. And this will be, for us, our 13th extra inning game. In the first 12, we have won 9 of them. We have played 7 here at home and won 5 of them. For the Halos, this is their 10th extra inning game. First 9, they have won 4. They played 1 on the road and they lost that. Big gap in right center. 2-0 the count. strike.
Here's Jake Petrichka loosening in the pen.
James had a lot of luck against that. That's off the foot. He's faced him 10 times, has 6 hits. Make it 6 for 11. 1 out.
It's a good thing that Zach didn't deflect this one because Gordon was right there to make the play. They almost got a glove on it. And it's pretty easy after that.
So here's Cole Calhoun. He's 0 for 4. He's grounded to first, grounded to short, fly to center, and struck out. Little guy who packs a lot of wallop. 16 homers. Bad breaking ball, fouled out of play left side.
To this point, Calhoun has not had a good series, just 1 for 10.
Plays off that breaking ball. And the count 2-1. Three and one. All 4. So here comes Robin as Trout and Pujols on deck, and that probably is going to be the Jake Meister coming on. So Robin has made the call to the pen. Zach Duke will depart, and we'll be back.
Inning inducing Albert Pujols to round into a 1-2-3 double play in the 8th inning. And Jake comes on again. He's got Cole Calhoun at first base representing the go-ahead run. He's on for the 47th time. He's 3-3. His ERA a touch over 3 at 3.18. Jake's fastball these days has been moving very well. Throws a lot of ground balls, and he could use at least one here. You got Pujols in the on-deck circle, so a couple of the league's very best looking out at Jake Petrichkin.
Mike is 0 for 3 tonight. He did walk back in the 6th. 2 for 10 in the series.
Calhoun doesn't run often. He swiped 4, been caught 1 time.
Jake has some severe late movement on his fastball last night. There's a strike. When you can see movement on a fastball from up here, you know that hitter's got a problem.
Last night it was sinking, darting. And Albert just barely hit the top of the ball into the 1-2-3 double play.
Now let the swing prior to that.
Yeah, Jake's had very good stuff since early in the year.
0-1 the count.
Matt Albers loosening in the pen.
Calhoun decently.
A little tardy on that swing. He tried to keep it out of Tyler's glove.
Mike nursing that sore left wrist. He is very, very fortunate that he didn't break his wrist or fracture it. That's outside. It's amazing how many. Well, we'll show you that injury after this pitch. One out, 1 on, 1-2 the count. And nice pick right there. Tyler, here is the injury. It's amazing to me how many outfielders to this day don't know how to get an angle when they're going to go head first to the ball.
Well, we saw last year with Avi in right field.
It's amazing. He goes.
Went to a changeup. And got him swinging. He swung at the motion. That one stayed down. Perfect spot. And Trout with no contact.
Look at the movement. Wow. So here's Pujols. Albert 2 for 4 tonight. And when you get that angle, outfielders get that angle. It doesn't cost you. It doesn't cost you any time. You're going to get there just as fast, but you got your body out of the way, and that way you don't roll over on that wrist. hit. Now Calhoun to third. 2 down, runners at the corners.
Albert did a terrific job here. Not even thinking about power. Goes an inside-out swing, realizing that with the semi-shift, it's a vacated right side. He just takes it through the hole. He runners at the corners. Now Tyler really has to be heads up to block anything as Gary DeSarcina talking with the go-ahead run. Cole Calhoun at third.
So here's Eric Ibar. Had a beautiful bunt single back in the second inning. He's 1 for 4.
He's a much better butter from the left side than the right.
Takes first pitch strike. If he drags one, he's got a good chance of beating it out. If he can get it between Abreu and Jake. There goes Howard. That's his 4th stolen base.
Now, one thing to think about, you got first base open, and you've got Featherston up next, the right-hander.
Ibar's tough. Oh, he got a good pitch hit right there and couldn't do anything with it. So now the count 1-2. Two and two the count. For our guys in the bottom of the 10th, it'll be Beckham, Eaton, Saladino, and Abreu, the scheduled hitters. That away. It's David DeJesus on deck. Calhoun at third. Pujols at second. 2 out. 2-2 the count. Change up. Bell. That ball into center field. Yes! The speed of Leury Garcia. He just flat ran it down. Great jump. Good catch. And we'll go to the 10, bottom of the 10th.
this could turn out to be a game saver. Leury Garcia just inserted in the game. He's got a tremendous jump on this ball. It's hard hit by Ibar, and he's able to run it down in the gap. When it left the bat, it looked like 2 runs and no chance to make the play.
That ball knuckled on him away from him.
No, just a terrific play.
What a catch. Only that great speed of Leury Garcia. So here's Carlos Sanchez going to hit for Gordon Beckham. Gordon was 0 for 1 tonight with an RBI. That was a sacrifice fly. He was also hit by a pitch in the foot. Chopper on the 97-mile-an-hour fastball. 1 pitch, 1 out. So here's Adam. He's 0 for 4. He's due.
Connor Gillespie indeed came back at his old club. He's driven in both of the runs on a double and a fielder's choice.
Well, that fielder's choice should not have driven a run.
Nope, it should not have.
That's the reason we're here in the bottom of the 10th. One pitch. That one at 98. This guy's 5'10", 190. It's 98 miles an hour. In the mezzanine.
And Zach Putnam loosening.
Two down.
This ball way off the plate. Again, very good late movement as it just keeps on going outside. Adam identified it as a strike on the corner, and it just drifted away.
So here's Tyler. Saladino, 1 for 4. He led off for 6 with a single and came around to score on the 2-out single by Alexei.
Gillespie's giving him the bunt single if he wants to take it.
That one at 98. That one at 99. That's just not right. 5'10". Throwing 99 miles an hour.
Lively arm.
Oh, big time live. Ibar's got him. That didn't take long, and we're into the 11th.
comes into the ball game. The 6th Sox pitcher on for the 38th time, 3-3, ERA 3.16. 53 strikeouts in 37 innings. He's got to deal with the bottom part of the order.
Well, the Angels are getting a little payback for the way they schedule games. They very seldom give you a day game during the week on a getaway day. And
very seldom would be kind.
Yeah.
I'm not sure I remember one.
Yeah, occasionally that'll happen. And sometimes it's a 4:05 game, but sometimes they'll give you a day game.
Well, Featherston was standing there in the on-deck circle, and he was called back. David DeJesus was never announced because he never came up, but he wanted to give Robin a look if he intended the pitch around, and that didn't happen, so Featherston stays in the game.
Good-looking young player. Got a terrific arm at third base. Gap out there in right center. The Angels will conclude this game and then board their charter and go on down to Kansas City to start a 4-game series. Two and one to Featherston. Taylor just 25 years old. 0 for 6 in the first 2 games.
That was a good splitter. That one dove out of sight.
Full count. And the payoff pitch.
I think that Zach might have hurt his arm. I think something's bothering him. Let's show you the last pitch. I noticed it on this pitch. Threw the ball in the dirt, and then you see him, his arm kind of go limp, and then he shakes his arm before he gets back on the mound. The same thing happened after the pitch that he threw to walk Featherston, so hopefully he's okay.
So here's Giovatelli. He's 1 for 4. Featherston's got a little speed. 3 for 4 in stolen bases. Last year he stole 14. The year before he stole 17.
Feller had a pretty good idea, but with Abreu charging and no chance for Sanchez to get behind Featherston, there was nobody to throw to.
If you're just tuning in, Johnny Danks was good. Real good tonight. 7 1/3. 1 run, 5 hits. Sacrifice 1-4.
Giovatelli gets the job done, lays down a perfect bunt. That's his 7th sacrifice to go with 6 sacrifice flies.
That's getting the job done.
You're not kidding. In fact, Kansas City liked him a lot offensively. Felt that he had a few defensive problems. But offensively, he's been pretty good. And so now they're going to put Connor Gillespie on first.
So that'll set up the double play. Chris Iannetta, the catcher, will be the hitter. So here comes Iannetta. He caught the first 2 games. He was 0 for 7. And here comes a skipper.
Putnam was telling him there's nothing wrong. I think Robin asked him if he's okay, and Zach said, yep. So he asked the question, he got the answer he wanted, and then he walks back to the dugout.
Most of the time, the manager wants to look in his eyes and see what his facial expression is. So 1 out, 2 on.
Iannetta with some power. 8 home runs, 29 driven in, but hitting just 184.
Oh, 1 the count. The 32-year-old veteran receiver. Gets underneath him. Just missed him. He can throw. He can run.
Iannetta hit this one a long way, but it stayed up a long time, enough for Leary to get there, and makes a terrific throw. Featherston just barely beats the play. Leary's a long way out there before he lets it loose. And it's right on the money.
So here comes De Jesus. Hitting for Victorino.
So Robin, a decision to make. He's got Jennings loosened in the pen. De Jesus is coming over to the Angels. Just 2 for 27. Overall, 3 for 16 with 5 driven in. As a pinch hitter.
He's been awful tough against us in his career, regardless of what uniform he was wearing. Just a .261 career hitter, but he's had some big base hits. Tyler with a nice little shift in the count, 1-0. Sanchez. First. Your wild side.
A new left fielder in David DeJesus. He stays in the game. And we've got a new man on the mound. Jose Alvarez on for the 40th time. We saw him in this series. He pitched in the opener, pitched an inning. It was a perfect inning with a strikeout. 2-3 ERA, 3.42. There you look at the numbers. Left-handers, right-handers hitting about the same thing against him. And he's got to deal with the heart of the Sox order.
Abreu, Cabrera, Garcia. 25-year-old southpaw out of 26. Out of Barcelona, Venezuela. Jose 0 for 4 tonight. 2 for 10 in the series. Tailing away and count 0-1. Speed way high and wide. Check some scores for you. Minnesota thumped Texas 11-1. Miguel Sano, a couple of home runs. He's got 7.
He is strong.
Well, he should be. 6'4", 260.
He'd have been up earlier, but he had Tommy John surgery. He was the third baseman.
Change up.
That was Buxton and Sano as the crown jewels of that Minnesota organization. And Buxton's been hurt. Sano is up in the big leagues, and that changeup completely fooled Abreu.
And fastball out of play. The scores: Cleveland beat the Yankees 2-1 at Progressive Field. Detroit came back and beat Kansas City 7-4. Volquez, the loser. Close.
That call could have gone either way. Fielding Culbreth. Sud Jose's way. CSN pitch tracks. What a touch. The outside, the very outside of the inside corner.
There's a broken bat, it sounded like, right off the end. No, he's okay with it. Miami hurt the Red Sox 14-6 down in Florida. Houston shuts out San Francisco 2-0 at AT&T. Phillies over the D-backs 7-6 in Phoenix. Cubs beat Milwaukee 3-2 and 10. That ball hit hard into right center field, but they got a man there. Cole Calhoun got a good jump.
The fielder, number 53, Melky Cabrera.
Jose hits this ball hard, and unfortunately it hangs up a touch too long. He went down and got it. Bottom of the zone, and Cole Calhoun with a good jump, and he runs it down.
Cole's made 2 good catches out there in this series. So here is Melky. Takes ball 1. St. Louis beat Pittsburgh 4-2 in St. Louis. Down in St. Pete, Tampa Bay over the Braves 9-6. There's a strike. Toronto scored 3 in the first, 7 in the second, and beat Oakland 10-3. They have won 10 straight games.
Not only winning 10 straight games, but how many of them have been squeakers? They've been pounding people.
Oh, they've had some lifers.
Yeah.
That's outside. Clayton Kershaw shutting out the nasty Nats. Top of the 8th, 1-0. And throws it away. So the error puts Melky, that sucker.
Error number 13 for Conor Gillespie. First part is good. He just gets under the throw and throws it way wide of the bag. And Albert, I think, is hurt on this play. They're coming out to take a look at Albert as he dives to try to corral the ball. He can't get to it. That's the first error Gillespie has made with the Angels.
Albert says he's okay.
That puts a winning run on second base.
And Ivy coming to the plate.
They're going to walk him.
Alexei on deck.
And the right-hander in the pen is ready to go for the Angels. There's a closer, Houston Street.
In that Dodger-Washington game, bottom of the 8th inning in L.A., Nationals have no runs on 3 hits. Dodgers have 1 run on 2 hits.
That is a great park to pitch in. Great.
We go out there and play when the Angels were playing there, when their stadium was getting ready. And I hit one very hard in the left center field.
Just stayed right there?
Did not get to the track.
Well, they brought the fences in now. The fences were deeper then.
Yeah.
It was a wonderful place to pitch.
It was okay in the day, but at night you couldn't hardly shoot it out. Oh, here we go.
Got a chance to end it right here.
Another meeting at the mind of the mounds. Mike Scioscia still looking down in that bullpen. Slow walk by. Now he's coming out. And as Steve told you, he's going to go get that right-hander. So, Alvarez will depart, and we'll be back.
He's their closer. Saved 26 games. This obviously not a safe situation. He's on for the 42nd time. He's 3-2 with a fine. 2.59 ERA. 40 strikeouts and 41 2/3. Only 12 walks. But he inherits. A couple of men on. The only important one is standing out at second base, and that's Melky Cabrera carrying with him the winning run.
Boy, Houston Street has really been a terrific closer.
Yeah, he's been good for a long time. He's got a very unusual motion. Doesn't overpower you. Does have some good late movement. Throws a lot of ground balls. And he'll be thinking about one here. Or at least trying to get Alexei to hit one.
Alexei has faced Houston 6 times, has 1 hit. I'm still almost awed at that catch by Leury Garcia from where we were sitting.
Yep.
Look, he had no chance to get that ball. Wow. But here we go. 1 out, 2 on. Bottom of the 11th and the 2-2 tie. Chases the bad one, the real bad one, and he evens up to count at 1. Big pitch right there. Didn't bite at that one, and the advantage now goes to Alexei.
And despite not having any overwhelming years, his highest save total was 35. He has 301 lifetime saves.
And the count now 3-1. As we're talking about closer stuff, he'd be at the bottom of the list as far as stuff goes. But as far as heart and being a competitor and control goes, he's at the top of the list.
See 301 with a lifetime 2.80 ERA.
Yeah, he's a gamer. Back him up. He makes pitches when he has to, and we're into the 12th.
Albers on for the 13th time. He's 1-0 ERA, 2.65. And he's got to deal with the heart of the order once again. And that's Calhoun, Trout, and Pujols. Many moons ago, Johnny Danks was absolutely brilliant. 7 1/3 innings, didn't give up any runs, just 5 hits. 2 strikeouts, 3 walks. And looked like he was about to nail one down. It got away. Then it's been Jones, Robertson, Duke, Petrichka, Putnam, and now Albers. Excuse me, 1 run for Johnny, not no runs.
Here's Calhoun. 0 for 4 with that walk back in the 10th inning. Trout on deck, Pujols in the hole. That evens the count at 1. Good. Took his time.
This one squibbed off the end of the bat. And he comes on. It was rolling slowly enough to be able to bare hand and throw to first base.
So here's Trout. He's 0 for 4 tonight. Two for 11 in the series. As we mentioned, see that left wrist taped. Very fortunate he didn't break it. Takes first pitch strike right at the bottom of the zone.
Saladino right on the line and deep at third. And the outfield very deep all the way around. As soon as that one was in the hole, and I don't care if you skip it across or plant and gun it across, Trout is just too fast.
Not too many 235-pound guys can move it like that.
Normal base runner, Lexi's going to get him here because he gets rid of it quickly, skips it across, but it's no contest with Trout. He just going with everything he's got.
He is some kind of baseball machine. So here's Pujols. 3 for 5 tonight. Albert has faced Albers 5 times and he's drawn the collar. My first year sign, I go to winter ball in Florida Instructional. One of the coaches was Johnny Mize, the big cat. Hit 51 or 52 home runs one year with the Giants. I was 17 years old, and I asked him, I said, tell me about Mickey Mantle. He looked at me, he says, Johnny was a big guy, 6'5", 260, 270. He says, Mickey Mantle is the greatest baseball machine that God ever put on the face of the earth. He said he's faster than everybody. He can hit a ball further than everybody. He said he can throw. He can catch.
If he just gave him better knees.
Osteomyelitis.
Yep.
Plus that hole in his hip he played with. One and two. Mickey did what Mike Trout's done. Finished second twice and then won it the third year. But he was a little older when he did it.
Yeah. 24 years old for the man at first base.
Yeah. He gone. Boy, Mattis has some severe sinkage on his pitches. Watch it. Wow.
Twice he fooled Albert, and he fooled him badly.
So here's Ibar. 1 for 5. Bunt single back in the second inning. He was robbed of extra bases and 2 RBIs on a brilliant catch by Leury Garcia.
Now Leury actually takes a couple of steps into that gap toward right center.
Robin had just put him out there defensively.
I'll be probably a little more shallow in right field than you would expect in this situation. Leiber doesn't have the greatest power in the world, but he does have a couple of home runs.
Oh, he can go over Robbie's head. There's no question about that.
You can live with a single here. You can't live with a double. Not with Trout at first base.
A little slow and break it down. Take another look at this. This ball's hit hard with Knuckles on him, and Knuckles away from Leary. You see where he's playing. What's that speed of his? He was able to flat run it down. And up to this point, it has been a game saver. That's softly hit. It's going to fall. And the ball's dropped. So 2 out. Kansas City special right there for Ibar.
It's a good thing this happened this at bat and not the last one, as he dumps it in front of Leary. Trout able to go to third. I think he had stopped at second base. Yep. No, he stopped briefly and then turned it on. He was going to put the pressure on him to throw him out. Obviously became a moot point as everybody now meeting at the mound.
Taylor Featherston. We have had a few meetings at the mound in this ball game.
Yes. You would assume they would just let Ibar take off if he does.
Taylor's had one plate appearance. He walked. That was last inning. Walked to lead it off. Count evens at 1. Only 2 games in action now. Ours and the one at Dodger Stadium. There you go. There's a strike.
Kind of surprised he didn't go earlier because nobody was going to pay any attention to him with Trout at third base. He's certainly not going to make a throw through. Took him till the third pitch to go. 9th stolen base. 9 out of 13 for Ibar.
Throughout the course of the year, you can pick up sometimes 5-10 stolen bases very easily, uncontested. Ducks on the punt, 2 out, and the 2-2 pitch.
He rode that one in on his hands, and Featherston was able to just barely foul it off. Good location for it. Good late movement. Almost got the job done.
Be gone. And we'll go to the bottom of the 12th, still tied at 2. all season long. Jack Link's Beef Jerky, feed your wild side. A 2-2 tie, 2-10-1 for them, 2-7-0 for us here in the finale of this three-game set. You know, we won the opener by a score of 8-2, and then we won last night by a score of 3-0. We had a 2-1 lead here in the ninth inning. They had a man on first and third, one out. Gillespie hit a hard one hopper to Abreu, who stepped on the bag. He was holding the runner on, stepped on the bag, and then got to a rundown rather than coming to the plate to keep the man from scoring. He scored, and that's where we are, tied at 2 as Leury takes ball 1. When you step on the bag, the force is taken off. Going to be a base hit. This speed, so good speed aboard.
Givatella made a big effort, got to the ball, but zero chance of getting Garcia at first base. Got out ahead of it. Nice dive by Givatella, but after that, even if he does corral it cleanly, no shot.
Well, Leury's the fastest man on the field in either uniform.
You'd have to figure he's going to put a whole lot of pressure on Iannetta and take off somewhere early in the count.
Well, you got a cagey veteran out there on that mound. As here's Tyler. Tyler 2 for 4. A double. A single, a line out to left, and a grounder to second. Now trying to bunt it. Leury had 28 stolen bases down at Charlotte. Everybody looking on our side at the third base coach. Everybody on their side looking at the first base dugout.
This looks like a pitch out.
Let's check it out and see from our center field camera what Iannetta's going to get it.
Pretty good stolen base percentage lifetime for Leury.
Oh, and 2 the count.
Tyler's going after his first sacrifice of the year.
Yeah, and since he doesn't do that very often, he's not very adept at it. As far as you got to know the speed of the runner at first, which is plenty there.
Yeah,
you don't have to be so fine.
Say, just put it in play.
Just put it in play is right. Don't have to be so fine. You got Paulie over there. It's a different story. Yeah, get the job done. Atta boy, Tyler.
That's sacrifice number 1. And with 2 strikes, he lays a perfect bunt down.
right, Carlos. Right man, right time, right spot, right now. Trout. They can see if they want him to play anywhere other than he's playing. His first pitch strike. Outside edge of the corner. Cole Calhoun back in normal position in right field. I think he'd be a little shorter than that. Got to count 0-2 with Adam Eaton on deck.
You got to figure if he gets by Sanchez, they walk Eaton and take their chances with Saladino.
Ball gets away. But a good throw, a good play by Iannetta.
Good play by Iannetta and a heads-up play by Street.
Yep.
Because the uncovered base is home plate. So Iannetta able to knock it down. It trickles away, but not far enough for Carlos. And then Houston Street, realizing that's the winning run coming around third base, he goes to the plate. Iannetta makes a good, solid play.
That was really a good play.
And now they are indeed going to put Adam Eaton at first base.
So now Todd Severson talking to Tyler.
Dino Ebel to the left of Mike Scioscia. Longtime Angel coach.
Good baseball man. And there is ball 4. Also, if you're just getting home, did not hear, Iwakuma threw a no-hitter for the Mariners. They shut out Baltimore 3-0. So here we go. 2 out, runners at the corners. And Adams' run doesn't mean anything, so Albert playing back is there. He takes off. And there's a bunt. Got plenty of time. And we'll go to the 13th.
take a look at where Connor Gillespie was, and he was moving in, but if this one is away from Houston Street, probably going to play the the winning run. But unfortunately, Street came on, good athlete, made the play, and made the easy play at first base.
Johnny Giavotella, 1 for 4 with a sacrifice bunt. Javi very shallow out there in right field. First pitch strike. Off glove. Throws it away. That'll be a hit and an error.
Giavotella takes it right back up the middle, and Matt has it hit off the glove. And trying to make the play, it goes off of Brady's glove.
So here's Gillespie. He's 1 for 4.
And Jennings starts loosening in the pen.
Catcher Chris Iannetta on deck. And David DeJesus in the hole. There's a strike to even the count at 1. 1-1 with nobody out. Johnny Giavotella at second base. That'll get the job done. That's a good at bat for Gillespie.
And then he hit the ball very hard last time. Sconnard goes up there and is able to pull the ball. Now the infield has to come in at all 4 positions.
Another meeting. And everything else is over. Dodgers shut out Washington 3-0. Big gap out there in right center. That's sinker low. 2-11-1 for them. 2-8-1 for us. One that you can put on the board. More than that. Of omission. 1-1 to count. Field and Culberth has had a good game behind the plate.
And Matt is trying to do everything he can to throw it right in on the hands of Iannetta and get that soft ground ball to the left side.
Three and one with DeJesus on deck. Cole Calhoun in the hole. Like I say, way in. It's short. And a full count.
He did indeed get it inside. Had the corner and good late movement.
Payoff pitch. That's going foul. Thank you. And for those of you who are just tuning in, this game should have been over in regulation time. We had a 2-1 lead. They had runners at the corners in the top of the ninth, one out. Hard hit ball to Abreu, who stepped on the bag to take the force out. Then went to second base. That allowed the runner to score from third to tie it up. He gone!
He wanted it in there on the last pitch, got it out over the plate, but this time he got it in. And Iannetta swings right over the top of it.
So here's DeJesus. He's had one at bat. That was in the 11th. Got it out to Sanchez. Sanchez made a good play on it. Takes first pitch strike. Off day tomorrow for us, but not for the Angels. They will board their charter about 45 minutes after this game is over and head on out to Kansas City to begin a 4-game series. That's souvenir time left side and 0-2 the count. Jesus has 44 career RBIs against us.
That one almost got him in the knee.
For a guy who's not a home run hitter, that is a lot of RBIs to have against the team. Just got a piece of it.
Matt reached back, got just about everything he had, got it up there at 94. But DeJesus fouled it off.
Cubs beat Milwaukee 3-2. That was in 10 innings. Miguel Montero home run. Broken bat. And Albers. Once again, Matt has just been terrific since coming back. That arm problem.
on for the 45th time. 2-0, 175 ERA, so he's been pretty good. Only 8 walks in 36 innings. He has allowed a couple of home runs, and right-handers hit him a whole lot better than the left-handers, but opponents hitting .293, which is a pretty big number. There's a lot of enthusiasm.
Abreu will lead it off for us. We'll go ahead and get a run.
What a splendid idea.
Not bad. It's not bad. Not bad. Get a nice little sweep. Johnny Danks, if you're just tuning in, was just awesome again. 7 of his last 8 starts, he has been just terrific. Ah, not a good swing. He's due. He's 0 for 5 last time up. Hit one hard into right center field. Cole Calhoun made a good catch on it. Got a good jump, ran it down. That's low. Melky on deck. And Ivy in the hole. And that's low. Gillespie back and guarding the line at third.
Ramos originally the #1 draft pick of the San Diego Padres back in 2005.
And the count. 3-1. Albert way off the line at first.
We saw him in relief of Shoemaker in the first game of the series. He went an inning in the third, gave up 4 hits and a run.
There's a base hit. It's a good way to start it.
Got the fastball he was looking for in 3-1. And took it out into center field.
First and 30, Melky. Trying to. And the Blue Jays, winners of 10 straight. And who was it that said there's no such thing as momentum? If there is, it's your starting pitcher the next day.
Or if you have a lineup like the Blue Jays.
There's plenty of momentum in every game. Baseball, football, basketball. That's popped up. Everybody's got a long way to go. Giovatello's going to get there, though. That's a good catch by the diminutive little second baseman.
He was really the only one who could get there. Albert tries to go out, but realizing that Giovatello is much closer, no chance at all for Calhoun. So looked like had that fallen, it would have fallen a fair ball. But it doesn't really matter because he made the catch.
So here's Avi. Avi's due. He's 0 for 3 with a couple of walks, one intentional. would say Kansas City is going to be in pretty good shape. Catching a club where the closer has worked a couple of innings. Everybody else in the bullpen has worked a couple of innings. One and one.
At this point, Kansas City does not have a whole lot to worry about in the Central.
No. Angels are going to run Garrett Richards, Jared Weaver, Matt Shoemaker, and Hector Santiago out there. Kansas City is going to run Guthrie, Cueto, and Ventura. That strike just catches the inside part of the corner. So the count 1-2. Of course, I remember back in 2005, the only game we lost in the postseason was to the Angels. First game of a 3-game set after the Angels had been flying crisscross in the country because of the schedule. Everybody thought they were going to be dead tired, and they came in here and beat us the first game. We went, of course, 11-1 in postseason. Alexei on deck. Good take. 2-2. Nice gap out there in left center if he can find it. Of course, you got a man in center field can close that gap in a hurry. There's he found it. He found it. He found it. He found it. He found it, and this ball game is over.
He got the breaking ball he wanted and split the gap. Just like we promised you earlier in the game, it's Miller time, brought to you by Miller Lite, and this is a game ender. With Jose at first base, Avi gets the curveball out away and drives it in the gap. Big smile on his face because he's got a real good idea that this is game over. Here comes Jose. Joe McEwing. I thought he was going to take off at third base. And that's that.